interest rate swap showed 28 basis points of Bank of England rate cuts priced in by August 1st, and 58 basis points by December 19th.
One minute remaining. Ten seconds. Still waiting. Minus 14 spot 7, minus 14 spot 7. That's lower than the forecast, minus 14 spot 5.
right, morning guys. So our weekly value low is at 40. Our first like real pivot here is at 35. It's our overnight high. Yesterday's value high was at 32.75. So we have like 3 levels above us of previous resistance on ES that we're gonna need to be able to pierce through. Or this is more than likely going to be our local resistance. So we'd want to see price be able to kind of build like this, and then we can look back up into 52.56. If we can see a recovery of 36.50 and then a supportive bid over 40s, then we can look for 52 to 56. But again, this is going to be pretty tough to breach. So this is where we start to look for sell side if they are present. Yeah, I mean, this is also just like yesterday's value high, right? So we need to see a pierce above and show some sort of buy side participation outside of yesterday's value and above our overnight high for more upside, or it makes sense for us to come down to 24.22 at least. Testing our VWAP now and NQ into value low. If NQ doesn't want to hold our value low at 270s, then we are going to look for probably 55s. So you really want to see a bid step in here and be able to push us back over 83.88 and show a supportive push, or this is just going to be a continuation of the downtrend that we are already in. See channel. So really relying on the Russell, continuing to be able to hold these highs, and NQ being able to hold our value low. Retesting our VWAP on ES and our value low on NQ. I mean, maybe. Break of 55s and that holding resistance is a good sign. We'd skip below it though. You just look to see if value low can now hold as resistance on retests, right? Not much here until we do that. Yes, back down to value low. NQ leading, of course, to downside. Just keep an eye on 69s now.
Looking now to the Fear and Greed Index, 34 out of 100, which indicates fear, while the Crypto Fear and Greed Index is at 73 out of 100, indicating greed. Keeping an eye on the VIX as well, it's currently up 4.6% at 17.83.
Really nice projection of 69s, pushing down into our next target at 34.75. Into our first target here on ES into 22s off the failure to breach yesterday's value. Russell still sideways, so it's a good area to take off at least some initial risk. But looking for the full fill, I don't think is out of the question if you see a breach of this 22 and it becomes resistance. But do expect some sort of chop here as we battle for today's value low. Russell loses its support and can no longer hold up this this high. And we have NQ and RTY falling at the same time, and we expect a bit more downside. Again, great first risk off here if you are shorting off of that 32 to 36.50 resistance. And following the downside path. NQ pushing into our 34.75 target now. Continuing that channel down that we were talking about. They both are weak, we expect more downside a bit quicker. If they both find some sort of supportive test here and get back into these ranges, right, then we have a bit more chop before direction's decided. We watched the Russell into our view up and our yesterday value high at 67.8, 68.4 area to see if we're going to get more, right? It's your first target on the Russell off the break of the range. Need to see our reaction here and get into yesterday's range. If we can do that, right, break into yesterday's value, then we can target our overnight low. Where ES and NQ can target our overnight lows as well, right? All at the same time. So 009.25, 196.25 on NQ. Just delete. Our overnight low on NQ and our first target on the Russell here into yesterday value high at 67.8. Again, we need to see a breach below this on RTY, or we expect some buy side to be present here. We're at just back up to our 30-second opening range low and POC on the day. From this look below, we now want to see the 68.40, 67.8 hold as resistance and the offer to stick there for a push down to 65.90 or a test of today's value low and our overnight low on RTY. Again, as long as both of these are bearish, we will get more downside. Failure to hold 6840 on Russell means less downside potential. Need to see that, again, push below and hold below VWAP if we want more. Or a retest up to 71s makes the most sense. So, really need to see this breakdown with NQ. NQ definitely can lead on the day with how bearish it is. But just understand that if we do not have both of them moving together, the trade becomes, I don't know, not as good. I guess is the best way to put it. Russell and ES both have more room, but NQ might be done. So if NQ stops selling because of the gap fill, right, then don't expect a ton more from ES. Why? Only things that we know for sure and can play off of, right, are yesterday's value, which is what we were doing off of 32. 3650 is our resistance. And then the break of today's value off of 24 to 22. Those are the two levels that we can play around where we understand exactly how value is being perceived. And then we just look at momentum for the rest of the trade. What are the pivots on NQ and RTY? Are we around them? What are the reactions at those pivots? That leads to us being able to keep runners open. So far, everything looks like it wants to come up a bit more before we get a decision. Our lows at our basing. Recovery of VWAP on RTY, right? So you just want to be careful until we see NQ weakness again. With Russell weakness, looks like at least some chop, bear flag before decision. This is where we watch Russell. If it can't reclaim 71s as support, right, 30-second opening range low, it's a good sign that that's probably it. If we do push, then we're looking for a push up to 72.50-ish. So we really want to see this rejection at 71s hold, and then we want to start to see weakness on NQ. Or again, we're just not ready for the next leg. Really that simple.
So noting US crude futures climbing into positive territory now. So that's crude oil futures climbing into positive territory now.
Fire drill. Will you just type in your email? Alright, here's our test, guys. See which direction we go from this chop flows. Looking at ES into our value low and VWAP. Watching the Russell into 74.80, 75-ish. We are currently trading at our 30-second opening range. If we're going to hold, you want to see the Russell be able to find support here at 71s. Just basically our 30-second opening range low and our POC of the range. If we don't see any sort of supportive bid step in here to acknowledge this higher low, right, we look for this as our resistance for a pushback down. Of course, ES on our pathing into our resistance here. Failure to get back over value. We do need to see NQ break these higher lows if you want more downside. Right, clear higher lows. We need that momentum from NQ, that weakness, for that to get us out of trap. As long as we are maintaining these, it's going to be rough trying to continue short, looking for more than just our most recent low. So as of right now, we are holding our low on the Russell, and we are still maintaining higher lows on NQ. Until that breaks, right, it is going to be just upside, or at least chop. Recovery of 34.75, we target 55.50 area again on NQ for a retest of our value low. Just watch this. We are able to pierce over that. And it's just a waiting game, waiting for weakness. If we can build at our value low, which is currently here, we are looking for something like this to happen, where we push up our target above. This would be a recovery of value low, and then a recovery of our VWAP, right? Sort of bid, and push into 30s. As of right now, this is still just looking like a resistance. But we do need to see that weakness on NQ and RTY for that downside to confirm. Wait. Alright, here's our first test, guys. Breach of uptrend on NQ, right? Those higher lows. We want to see us below 20. We want to see us below 200s. And we don't want to see a reclaim of 1175. Need to see a breach below this, and then this hold distance. No interest down here. As of right now, we're basically just retesting this low here. We can start to see a loss of momentum across the board and a failure from buy side to basically hold us and hold these higher lows. Then more downside is likely. The scap fill is likely. We just want to see a complete failure to get back into value from both names. So we can see that NQ value low is here. Yes, value low is at 22s. As long as we are holding these and not building above, the overall trend is persisting, which is down. Our test on NQ at our overnight low. We want sell side to be basically here. It's 275 to 1175. Back to our Russell pivot. Same as before, need to see a breach of our yesterday value high at 67.8, and then that hold as resistance for more. We want to see that break, this break, as NQ reoffers our overnight low. Darren, why do you ask me these things after the fact? Are you looking at my chart? What do I have drawn? We want to see 16s reject here or a push back up to 19, likely. This is NQ into our target. Yesterday POC needs to become resistance. And the push down. If we do that, then we can target 119.75 and failure to hold 74s. Just like we did with our overnight high here. Sorry, our overnight low. We look for acceptance below it, and then we get a push down. So again, we want to see acceptance below, and then we can look for a continuation down. Push, acceptance below, push down. NQ battling with yesterday's POC. And if we can make this our offer, and we can now hold this, then we can target 119.75 as ES goes for our full fill from our resistance at VWAP and our value low, just as we have pathed. Watching Russell into our overnight low as well. We are currently trading at our value low. Need to see this become resistance below us. If we can see price build tier and hold this as resistance, our value low and our overnight low, and it becomes sell side acceptance, right? That will lead to more downside. Then we can target yesterday's POC. A failure to get back above yesterday's value high means we want to rotate yesterday's value. By yesterday, I mean Friday, of course. It should be obvious. So you are now watching for Russell to hold that Friday value high. If we can hold it, then we were inside the value of Friday. I don't know anything about gummy coin. Two PVZ zones just opened. Like, I don't know what to say to you, Darian. Like, when you circled the two tops, like, yes, that's where shorts should have been. Like, what do you mean? Man, if you were at a perfect entry, sure. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, that clearly, duh. I mean, look at the tools. Look where PVZ is. That's a zone of control. We fail to get back over 24s, and you know value low is red on PVZ, and we're making a lower high, then you put your stop at the highs, you put your entry on the breach and offer and hold of our value low off of PVZ, and that's your short. At the end of the day, it's a bear flag, and we're holding our anchored VWAP as resistance, we're holding value low as resistance, we're holding VWAP as resistance, like we're opening, like everything is resistance. Like, there's nothing different on my chart. I have POC to value low marked as a red box. I have a path that shows a higher low, sorry, a higher high, and then a lower high, and then a push down. What do we have drawn? What actually happened? Right? We have a higher high, a lower high, and then a continuation down from this box. So again, like what did we need to see for upside? The ability to hold this as supportive, bid above VWAP, look for the higher low, push to 30s. We are still holding our anchored VWAP on the downside. This channel showing us sell side pressure. We had a failure on NQ to get over our 34.75, and this was our value low at the time at 44s. And Russell did what? It failed to breach, and then we looked for the continuation on the failure to hold above our POC and our 30-second opening range low. That was your catalyst for your secondary leg. So I mean, everything was drawn on chart. I don't know how to do more than I'm doing. I know it's not a me issue, but I also don't know what else I can say that I didn't already say for the last 30 minutes before the move. I'm really not trying to be a dick here. I just, like, repeated the same information over and over again before the short happened, which is we wait for NQ and RTY to show weakness. We expect weakness in these places. We look for the pierce in the offer below. We understand that we're at resistance on ES. We look for this pathing. This is our target. Still waiting on RTY and NQ to be able to breach and hold beyond these points. We need to see yesterday's POC at 74s become resistance. As of right now, beta is still holding on NQ. Our first signs of weakness on the Russell are finally here, with us failing to get back over our overnight low and the loss of our value low. This is pretty important, because as soon as we see NQ weakness with this weakness, right, then we have the ability to actually have a bit more speed on the way down. Really want to see this NQ push below yesterday's POC so that we can start to rotate down towards yesterday value low. Again, everything is just still in our overall channel to the downside. We're doing that bear flag that we were talking about. And like, I closed my short up here and then reloaded here at 16s. Look at what my pathing shows. A failure here, a bid, and then a push back down. So like, I have one left here at 16. You don't need to get in at the top to short. You just need to understand when a loss of momentum is happening. As long as we have that, we get continuation. There's not only one place to get into a position. There might be a better position to be in at, right? But like, ask yourself the same questions. Are we in a downtrend? Who is in control? Where are our pivots? Can I play off of said pivots? Are we pulling together? Right? Like, the answers to those questions are yes, then like, you can still play the position. This is target here, overnight low on ES 09s. Breach below this, we can see yesterday's POC at 5K. Gap fill is at 504. Your target for NVIDIA is 710. 710. I feel like it holds 20, or we come back down to 690 at least, just for the full ER retrace. But who knows? I don't really see anything at 610. I feel like if it breaches 720, then it fills this gap down to 690 pretty easily. So again, we're looking for sell side to be present here. Our overnight low, and we're really want to see it hold below yesterday's value high. Again, if we breach below yesterday's value and do not bounce off of it, right? We're now inside. We're now within yesterday's range, right? So we can target yesterday's POC as long as this is holding. This is our value low retest and our ETH low retest on the Russell. You want to see us reject here. We want to see the offer be willing to transact here, maintain this low. We do not want to see acceptance back in, or we are going to retest value high at 67.8 from Friday. Finally, our breach below on NQs. Want to see this POC now hold its resistance for that move down to yesterday value low with the Russell rejection. We're looking for two things right now. We have a clear node that's been formed with an LVN below us at this 508 and a LVN above us at this 1375 to 16. So we're watching to see if buy side is willing to lift here for a push up to this high, or if sell side is willing to offer below this, make this resistance again for continuation down. If we hold our overnight low and this 008, right, this LVN that I just talked about, if this is supportive and we see buy side willing to defend this, then we can look for that full rotation back up to the highs of this range. Do we see how this creates two distinct LVNs where we look for buy side to be here? We look for sell side to be here. So for a break of this little mini auction that we're in, we want to see the offer lower below this and then offer where we thought buy side would be for continuation down. Russell still holding our overnight low as resistance. NQ battling with yesterday's POC.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $70 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield 5.25%, and a prior bid to cover of 2.95. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 5.155%, and a prior bid to cover of 2.79. We also expect comments from ECB's Lagarde, who gives a lecture at Yale University, and ECB's Villeroy, who speaks at a conference in Paris on climate finance.
This first target for the short little upside.
That's
Back to our sell side
11:30
here
a.m. Eastern
on
Time. The
ES.
US sells $70 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield 5.25%, and a prior bid to cover of 2.95. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 5.155%, and a prior bid to cover of 2.79. We also expect comments from ECB's Lagarde, who gives a lecture at Yale University, and from ECB's Villeroy, who speaks at a conference in Paris on climate finance. Shortly expecting the results of the 3- and 6-month bill auctions, as well as comments from ECB's Lagarde and Villeroy.
In our LVN, again, just from the hold of our overnight low, we are trading the range. Need to see a breach and hold back over 16s, right? Recovery of our value, or that will be where our next target is. Until we get acceptance back in, this is our resistance. This is a retest of value low across the board on ES, NQ, RTY. Can we breach back in? Can we see a bid hold? If so, then we can start to trade our value on the day, on the hold of our value lows as supportive. This NQ testing now. We want to see a push over 1575, and hold is going to do it. If not, we expect sell side to be present here, failure from bids to step in, right? Lower high form, and then a push down. Same thing on ES. We look for buy side to be present. We see if they can hold. If they fail, we look for sell side to be present. We push down. Watch our 1925. Watch our 1575. watch our our 6590 here on NQ or on RTY. Got a little bit of a squeeze, right? Now we need to see these sustain. If they can, we can continue to trade back into our range with the hold of our value lows. So just keep an eye on these areas, see if we can hold them. Or this will be, again, where we look for sell side to push us back down.
Three-month high yield 5.255%, 5.255%. Bid to cover ratio 2.78, 2.78. The US sells $74 billion in 3-month bills and awards 15.4% of bids at high. And the 6-month high yield 5.16%, 5.16%. Bid to cover ratio 2.8, 2.8. So the US sells $74 billion in 6-month bills and awards 45.65% of bids at high.
We understand that this is the same setup as what was just happening down here. We have an LVN, a tail that's been created. We're looking for higher lows maintained. So we're looking for bids to be present here. If they aren't present, we look for this to then go offer for a
So
rotation
noting
back
there is a
down
text
through
release
this
from
range.
Lagarde. The contents do not appear to have anything regarding monetary policy or financial situations in the Eurozone.
So either buyers are found here in this LVN, or it'll flip to offer, and then we look for a rotation back down through the range. Clear higher lows across the board, right? Retests of our value now. As long as we are maintaining the higher lows and we're inside value, we have the chance to keep going up. Russell, the weakest out of our names. Watching NQ into the 16. We did the full move on ES. Back up to our PVZ value low. Still holding its resistance at 22 to 24. Waiting on our reaction on NQ. Lost momentum on both Russell and NQ at our pivots. Means no more uppies until we see a hold, right? So we want to see the Russell be able to maintain this channel and our higher lows and get back above value. We want to see NQ be able to bounce here at our PVZ value at 16s. If these fail, right, then we are retesting our value low and we have a break of our momentum. For our sell side, just keep an eye on where our PVC is, right? If this is going to get continuation down, we know where this LVN is. We want buy side to be here. If they are no longer here, we look for the offer to flip to rotate back through this previous range. So we watch to see if POC is now a rejection point, and then if we do this pathing. As long as buy side is still willing to interact here and lift off of this in this LVN, then nothing has changed, right? Range-wise. Need to see that shift for the downside. NQ attempting at 16s, pretty lackluster so far. Watching Russell here, back into our overnight low and resistance. NQ still pretty weak at our PVZ, but holding. Need NQ25s to become supportive for anything to be real here. Following Russell, pushing up into the high of our resistance. Again, NQ still just holding PVZ value, but we do need to see an ability to lift relatively soon, or things just look mixed and weak. Watching Russell into VWAP retest. Mean reversion. Need us back over yesterday value high, or again, this will still just be our resistance from 67.8 to 68.40. Back to our resistance on ES, potential double top here. This is value low from our first period, well as resistance at yesterday's value high on RTY. You see acceptance above these points. Same thing for NQ at our VWAP. Or these will be our mean reversion targets and where sell side will most likely be. We want to see flags happen here and the ability to still see a strong bid. Ideally with a 0 hold on tick. It's happening. So we'll just be top of range again. I messed this up. Here. I saw it really attempting to try to push us over. Want to see 45.50 on NQ become supportive. Where sell side is most likely just going to try to hold us. So on the reclaim of yesterday's value high here on the Russell, right, we want to see the ability to now build here, ideally flag this now is able to hold, and then we can then look to come back up to our 30-second opening range low. Right? This is now a battle to see if we can break outside of Friday's value, with us holding VWAP and our value high. We see how these LVNs work, where it's sell side and then it becomes supportive. That gets us back into this upper node. So it just becomes an auction pivot between our two nodes. As soon as we're able to then flag and hold here, that gives us the ability to then retrace through this previous auction. The same thing that I've said now multiple times today with on ES, right, with this pivot as well. Showing buy side interaction here and the ability to like lift is great. Back to our 30 target on ES. Good place to move stops up, as Russell is now at resistance. And our ORL target. Probably play this up to value highs with a runner if you have one. But just understand
The
that
Venezuela State
overall,
Oil Company plans to increase use
just
of
back up
digital
to our
currency USDT
morning
as US
imbalance.
sanctions are set to return, according to sources.
I am flat. I'll wait for the next move. We ideally want to see this like I don't know, 45, 50 hold as bid on NQ. It doesn't have to, but it is by far the most bullish place for us to find buy side. So that's where we're gonna look, right? Our previous resistance, that 45 to 50, we want to see buy side now willing to defend that. A major level. Hmm.
Dollar hitting a fresh 34-year high against the yen, lost at 154.79. BlackRock's Ryder says the Fed can still cut twice this year.
You guys understand that chart that I just made? We're currently oscillating in this range 1 that I've labeled just so I can make it easier, holding POC. We've just failed to break over yesterday's value high and today's value high. Until we see it become supportive, this 32, really 33 to 35, and then 35's bid, we're oscillating between this range, right? Range 1, 35 to 25. You have a 10-point range that we're currently in. You can see it just by the node that right? This is a node, this is a node, this is a node with excess room for on the tail. So if we reject here, right? If we fail on a breach above our value, we have now offered and we have now come back to our POC. If buy side cannot get us above today's value high off from returning inside of it, this is when that downside play becomes a lot more viable, because we've seen a shift, right? That's when you can start to look for a pushback down to value low. If on this retest here into our reoffer into our today's value high and a Friday's value high fails, we push below our POC, we can then look to see how we react inside this LVN for more downside. Give view up test, yes, POC is test. Pushing into our 25 pivot now, filling that LVN. After that, we then see if the offer then sticks here or if the bid holds, right? Just from this is the bottom of that range low. From here, we watch to see if now sell side is willing to defend this node. If they are, then we can look for that pierce below 25s and that pushback down to 22s at least. Of the failure of value high. So this is our 25 hold. Now retesting our 2850, which is our POC. If sell side is serious, they'll be positioned here. Failure for sellers to hold here, then we're gonna have to come back up to 3275. So from this 2850 POC on the day, we want to see sell side offer and then push us below 25s for that downside look, or we're just going to be continued to trapped in this range 1, right? Afternoon, Nick.
Hello, everybody.
Morning.
Rotations don't look horrible on NQ today, huh?
Oh, they're fine.
I just looked at the higher time frame earlier on ES and I was like, oh, we're stuck. And then I was like, oh, I forgot that we actually like traded 200 points last week, and this is an okay rotation. So used to being zoomed in on a 10 points for the entire week.
Hopefully the afternoon session's better for you. So it seems like everyone's dead this morning. Don't really get it. But it is what it is. Typical Monday.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. There's so many earnings. Viciously hungover. Okay. Have you tried drinking water, Camille? I can actually say that with good, good intentions for that one. You've tried it?
Not a
Not a big
fan?
fan?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like, what's going on?
Oh boy, me and Sig are way too in sync already. Alright,
I'm going to bed. Goodbye.
yeah, good night. I mean, that sounds horrible. There, actually, I'm not surprised that Darian enjoys tequila.
Tequila. The last time I had a tequila shot. Holy shit. Can't remember. You have tequila that is similar to whiskey, but in quality? Is that what you mean? Surely not taste.
Yeah, you know, I have this new package of oranges, Darian, that's really similar to ribeyes. You know? And the same.
What are you doing with tequila? Making like mixed drinks? You're not taking shots.
Fine. There's only one option.
You're sipping tequila? Why?
Ugh. That makes me like... Oh, why?
I guess if it has if you're like actually being truthful, it has a similar profile as whiskey, but I don't
It
know.
would literally just be like barrel notes after. It's still gonna
Yeah.
taste like tequila.
I'm not a big drinker. Sounds terrible to me, but
Sounds more than terrible.
My drinking palate is not up to par.
Listen, Darian, I've had really expensive tequila, and it's still tequila. I'm glad you're trying to change your opinion, but it's not going to work.
Not without a glass in front of you. There's no way you can prove it otherwise. I'll have to go buy a bottle.
Are you gonna be there, Darian? If we can arrange like a no contact delivery, I'll think about it.
That's a deal.
Alright, as we're listening to Darian spell lies and false narratives, we're gonna ES here back in a value high. The Russell will peak above. A little higher high on the day.
Same range as before, just 25 to 35 oscillation. Need to see that 35, 36.50 area become supportive if we want to see that push up to 40s. Again, still just trading in that range 1 from that chart type.
So a reminder for everyone too, I hammered this pretty hard in the newsletter, but there's some major earnings this week. And like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are your big names, so.
How much I've cleaned up the end.
That looks pretty good actually.
Yeah.
This is with the Sethmo.
Yeah, and then I changed the sizing.
Okay.
So you can change like the price levels per bar, so you can kind of get a resolution that you want per 15-minute candle.
Okay.
And it's the same thing with ES. It doesn't look as good on ES, but I've gotten it to a point where it's pretty solid.
Nice.
But like actually NQ is now viable.
Yeah, this looks good. Or at least like there's levels that are actionable.
Yeah.
And like clear.
And I turned on so that it's a neutral ratio, so like it'll go gray, and I'm only seeing the extremes in delta.
Yeah. It's one of the better ones I've ever seen, if not the best.
It's really good on ES and NQ for the larger time frame like pivots, I guess. So like on ES, the POCs from each candle will actually extend when multiple are same location, then push over. So like on ES, for example, you have this huge one at 18, which you can also see in Delta, but like it is now extended over where we,
Yeah.
and then that yellow line extend. It's kind of cool.
That'll be nice on like more rangy days where I'm
Yeah.
like too zoomed in.
I'm just using that and then the 5,000 tick for like the smaller reversals. Another failure at value high, pushing back down to POC here on ES. Russell and NQ still holding resistance. Still ranging. It's 45.50 pivot on NQ still holding. Need to see a lift over 69.50 for that move up to 84. It's gonna do it. Watching Russell and our overnight high to let us know if we have one more leg down or not. If this stays off for right, then I'm gonna be looking for one last before going. Ideally, buyers are able to step us up over our overnight high push, but watching this reoffer point should let us know what's to happen or not for the overall market. Yes, back into value high. SMF. Thanks. Oh, SM. The last stock he tweeted about went up like 40%. Dude has way too much power. Harry went his own way. You now have to have like some weird symbol in your name to see his separated from his actual Discord. It's kind of funny. Got like pushed out of his own room. And now just does like 0DT stuff. Scalping. I don't know. Russell retesting our overnight high again. NQ coming into our PVZ value from previous period at 69.50. Top of range. want to see NQ be able to reclaim the 69.50 here and then bid off of it, where I don't think changed. We need to see buy side like actually here with Russell pushing over overnight high. I don't think this is like, you know, bearish, but it just seems still choppy. Need to see a little bit of excitement. I think NQ probably looks the worst out of everything, but like very clear.
I would not be surprised if we get a little pop, but then it's like that secondary move where if those buyers get stuffed or if they can actually hold
Love
something.
to see it.
There's so many positive deltas in this like 31 to 35 on ES. Like they're hammering here, but like Six said, there's just no excitement.
I'll feel a lot more comfortable once NQ's like back over 300s, because then it's kind of moving with the market. This POC still above us is just kind of awkward. Makes it feel like we still have pretty strong weakness on tech, where like Russell is carrying, but if we lose like this momentum on RTY with NQ still failing to get back above 300 and like building above our opening range, that's when like it just feels like a trap to me. I want to see NQ showing a bit more follow through instead of dragging. Like, it's still going up, which is why I said it's like it's not bearish, it's just a bit too neutral for how ES and RTY are moving, which makes it like any loss of momentum on the Russell with this NQ kind of like neutrality can lead to a bearish response pretty quickly for sellers. So reclaiming this day open is going to be a big thing for NQ to show that like the market's in sync. My view, at least. NQ, or sorry, ES battling with our overnight high and our 35s. Right, if we can build here, test 40s, and then I'll look for I don't know, what was that, 56 to 63, I think is our next area.
Yeah.
63 being our like previous month low, and then
Yeah. There's really, I mean, once we get over 40, we're just in this like primary node, like through 85, and 63 is just like the middle of it. It's like a lot of Globex action there.
our 40 test. This is our 30-second opening range low and our POC first test. Is NQ testing that 300 going into our value high off the push above our POC? I haven't looked at.
Keep an eye on Apple here as it comes in towards ORH. And this ORH to Friday high zone. Friday's high being 66.40. If we do see any bullish continuation, Tesla not overvalue high, Nvidia not overvalue high. Do not mind watching Microsoft here as it was using VWAP as a resistance. Has now turned it supportive. See if we get any breaks and look back in with value high fails on those two names I just spoke about.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed
Lisa.
reverse repo operation.
Pick a volume. You really want to see NQ hold here, like 97 day open area, and get over overnight
73
high.
counterparties take 409 spots 816 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
there a way to duplicate a tab in Tradeovate?
You have to save the template,
Okay.
and then you can. I don't know any other way to do it. There might be a better way, but that's
This'll
extent of
work.
my knowledge.
Want to see buyers be able to lift this over overnight high on NQ here from that hold 97s. Push needs to happen, especially with the Russell showing a little weakness, but being able to hold that 80.5 is really important. Want to see just bids be able to now hold like 307 on NQ for a push. This doesn't happen. It just feels like we'll rotate back down to 300 again.
Microsoft back to VWAP here. Apple another sell side activity on that ORH. Coming back towards value high, range breakout. We're seeing these tests on indices as well. Well, underline check-in here. Microsoft responsive off VWAP, Apple responsive off value high retest, NVIDIA higher high here over value high. Quite into this high of day yet, but you are seeing tech be responsive. Once again, I would like to see Apple up over ORH towards Friday high and Microsoft in the daily open for any like real strength of continuation. NQ obviously has cleared Globex high, and you have this little like node structure and imbalance from Friday at 18, which we're trading into right now, and through 40. So kind of a battle zone here. Basically 31 being your morning high, right in the middle of that area.
US stocks extend gains, Nasdaq up 1%.
Our PVZ pivot on NQ, the 31s. 8410s on Russell. See if we can build here. Like 87.3 on RTY above, if we can. 45s on NQ. 31s can hold. First target, 52.75 on ES, 45s on NQ. Yesterday value high, what's at 360 on NQ, I believe. Might be an old one. Check.
This cleans up that imbalance on NQ I was talking about through this Friday node to 40.
Oh, this. But yeah, no, it's Friday.
US stocks extend gains, S&P 500 up 1.01%.
Through this move, guys, we were talking when we were at like 36, 37, how it looked like a lift was probably possible, right? But then we wanted to see the secondary move if those first buyers get stuffed. They were able to hold 40 there. You should be able to recognize that and see that they are accepting. That's a good way if you don't want to anticipate or get in early at the highs for the breakout to understand, okay, aggressive buyers can hold. That gives me that confidence to get in and push for the second leg, as well as the tech underlines really going, right? Nvidia now confirming into the highs, daily highs. After that value high break, Microsoft holds VWAP, higher high. Apple is now trading into Friday high, the 6640. So just how to take all the callouts and put them together into actionable trades.
There's Friday's value high in Q 360. Well, as R56 on ES. See if we can build here. That'll be that. We can hold 360 as a supportive at any point. Hold basically Friday's value high. A good good shift for expansion. Until then, though, top of the range, right? It's been straight up since our 25 pivot, man. What do you want? We're at our next level of resistance.
What do you want, or you want it slow or not?
Aim, surf. Aim. The only way we would have gotten more red days in a row is if a nuke went off. Just how market rotations work. We can still get another leg down, but you're going to have a relief bounce that's like 1.5 to 2.5% at least if we're gonna have another leg. 6% correction is just like is what it is. It happens all the time. Geopolitical news that allows a dip buy and then has no follow through. The exact same thing for the Ukraine war. The exact same thing for this war. Just get by. You have a bunch of ER this week, so we'll see. It is not out of the question. Oh, I know, but Rory doesn't know that. Buddy, you were agreeing with everything he was shitposting. I have to be the neutral party for those that don't understand. Testing our 360 now as potential bid. Pushing over our 56s for that move to 63. We can hold here, get these next targets.
Yes, here trading into this middle of node pivot. Apple gap fill into Thursday POC. I want to see 3-bar play Nvidia and Microsoft get into this 01
US stocks extend gains.
value high.
Dow Jones up 1%.
When people will understand on the break of value on the day, when we show acceptance outside, we will get expansion. As soon as NQ could play catch up over POC, it's like, okay, we now have momentum. We're not relying solely on the Russell. Okay, go. Got room up to ADR on Russell. If we can hold 90s, that'd be nice for a move up to 93.40. This is Thursday value high at 72s on ES. This guy.
It's a big fill on 70 there, so we kind of paused. So that's going to be really important if we see any buy-side continuation here is what happens there.
Same thing for 403 on NQ. Same level. Watching 63s on ES. See if we have to fill the full structure, or if we can find a pivot here on the halfway. Three minutes until new 15s, new 30s.
Arg, you are on fire today, buddy. You are locked in, my friend. Excuse me? Because my RNG is better than yours, Barg? Oh, brother.
This is how it is.
Well, I think it's more, because I usually have pretty bad RNG, but it's the fact that Varg right now has worse,
Yeah.
which is crazy. Yeah, I know, Varg, we do.
This is
I'm
my
actually on like a hot streak. Okay, sorry.
no. This is my go-to for that situation these days when someone gets the roll.
It's gonna have to be like post-dinner, Varg.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Is your cousin around? Perfect. Easy clears.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Actually, I haven't looked at like an Amazon chart in a couple weeks. I'm not in a horrible spot. They have earnings May 1st. Have you decided what V Rising class you're gonna play, Sig?
No. I have to see how the new spells work, because now it doesn't matter what order you kill the bosses in. So it's like really, it's like tier 1 spells, tier 2, tier 3.
Okay, I haven't looked at any of that stuff.
Yeah, so like it's like really very different. Like your progression isn't determined by like the same route every time now.
Interesting.
So far, everything just flagging. Nothing really to say. Our main looks are going to be a retest of 70s on ES and retest of like 403, 405 on NQ here. We're pushing into now. Need to see if these sellers are willing to offer again. Roy, did you end up going to that movie this weekend?
How many episodes you get through, Rory? Makes you feel better, Tatum. I still haven't watched Dune 1 either.
That's crazy.
I know.
I
I just never feel like committing to a movie. Like, I don't really watch that many, like, films. It has to be, like, kind of like a planned event.
But you watch like 2 episodes of Fallout.
No. And even those, like, it depends. Like, a lot of time I split them if they're hour-long episodes. I definitely, like, could. It's just, like, our evening schedules are not. They get weird like that. Me. Let me put it this way, Darian. There's like last night I wasn't home to make dinner, and I assigned her one night to cook this week, and both nights DoorDash arrived.
Hmm. All right.
There's a lot of negative deltas here on this 70 ES.
Bottom edge of the bed.
Brother, we have like a California king, and I sleep with less size than like a mini twin. There's no room. You have to fight the dogs. Yeah, that's I call it my cold and lonely spot surf because I'm just on the edge of the bed, just dying. I mean, there are just so many other things that are variables here, Darian. But yes. Yeah, sounds about right, Darian.
In between is wild. How do you allow that?
The like Rottweiler is so like moody at night, where like I'll be like Gunther, you need to move, and he'll just like stand up and then like turn around and like lay back down.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, buddy. No, you gotta go.
He's invested so much warmth into that spot already.
Yeah. I get that serve, but also like I feel like that's so hard to maintain. You slip up once and it's over. I'll tell you, the younger one like sleeps. We have like a little cot for him, and like he like generally sleeps on that, but probably like half of the week he'll meander his way up. We really want to see strong bids off any looks back towards 70. Now we're peaking above the top of range across the boards. Tesla
Carrying.
only like big name that's
Yeah.
not getting the buy side love, but everything else looks okay.
Russell still flagging and carrying new high. Listing our 420. And we're back to our 72 Thursday value high on ES.
We definitely still have some room, Kevin, but we've slowed down quite drastically.
Yeah.
So I think if we do make another move, it's gonna feel very similar to the last one, where we're just like balanced here, and then it's gonna be really quick and back into balance again.
Fog on the wild. Hey. Yeah, where are you shopping, Kevin? It's 40 to 60% just regular prices before this last round of inflation. Holy. Things are so expensive here. Looking at new apartments right now, and like, unless you want to live in like kind of a area, things are like now just like they're not. Usually you get like the Cleveland discount, like still like pretty cheap relatively to like live here. Not anymore downtown, man. Holy shit, they're so expensive. Feels bad. New places like 3,500 a month for like half the size where I'm currently at. Russell can get a pop, we might be able to get a look. Need the Russell and NQ follow through here. Ideally, we see 20s now bid, like 15 to 20 now hold bid on NQ with Russell pushing. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, like it's like they've caught on. And because of the Cleveland Clinic, how it's expanding, now like every apartment is just for a doctor. Downtown. Or in like any neighborhood like near. Like they've pushed out everyone who's a local out of the city. I mean, I'm fine paying it. It's just annoying. Used to be able to find like really nice gems for like $1,200 a month. Russell coming back up to retest the highs here. Nice hold of our 70s. Pushing it for. Need Russell to make a new high. Yeah, exactly. Come on. But like that's what like the Cleveland pricing used to be. Now it's like, I don't know, 2,000 minimum, like 1,800 to like 3,500, depending on what you want. And I want like a really nice office space with mine, where it just doesn't make sense to move. Need to have a separated workspace, or my mental just goes down the drain. Yeah, I mean 2.5 in New York is not bad at all for a 2-bedroom. I don't know what the square footage is on that, but I should be clear, like the places I'm looking are in like nice areas. Like they're not like there's still of course places in cheaper spots, but if I'm like trying to live in the city with like a good quality of life stuff around, like it's expensive. You're paying for it. Before it didn't used to be like that. Again, they're just like playing catch up. Is what it is. Peace. Russell peaking. Yeah, it'll continue to feel like that until we have highs and then bids off of them. The longer we fail up here, the more likely a version back down is.
Two and a half minutes here till new half hours.
It becomes more likely, Cody. But if the Russell, we're just really watching what happens to the 93.40 on RTY. NQ is leading this push up with Russell sideways. Now the Russell is, now NQ is sideways in the exact same range that RTY was trading in before, right? What's happening now? Q. But Russell's been able to push. So we just need to see on this next attempt if NQ get the pop. If not, pullbacks seem pretty likely. Of course, we'll look at our AV WAPs first. So this just banned. But from experience, when we see failures like this, usually you get a much steeper retrace. If we don't get the pop into that last hour, then we get a deeper retrace, and then we can look back up. We're in trend, right? It's just the top of the range. Not really a ton to say. Once we see the shift, like if 70s no longer hold and they go offer again, like that's when you could probably get bearish on ES. we did something like this and started to show this is our resistance, like our AVWAP becomes our right, we'll have like a very clear trend shift below 70. Then we can look for 63 again as our first target. But yeah, never a huge fan of like a slowdown at the highs with sellers actually showing. $72.70 test will be pretty important. Yes. Then we can look for 80.85. I'm fine with chop as long as it's maintaining equal or higher lows in our range here. As soon as like we see that momentum shift on NQ RTY though, that's when you have to be like just accept like okay,
NYMEX
we need
diesel
to
May
pull back
futures
first.
settle at $2.56 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at $2.68 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at $1.79. US crude oil futures settle at $82.85 a barrel. That's down 29 cents or 0.35%.
We have new high on Microsoft. As we open this half hour, you do have imbalance up through 404. That's our ADR on it as well. Apple is still quite responsive off of last Thursday's POC. So accepting back into this primary node, I post that higher time frame chart. I guess about an hour ago now, maybe less, half hour. I do think with earnings and kind of how we're positioned, it is nice to have a decent understanding of your underlying structure here. Up tie. I don't think so.
Hang tight. You'll get a move soon. I mean, I don't know which way it'll be, but I doubt we just hold here. waiting to see if these higher lows can maintain in our AVWAP trend, or if we'll need a pullback back down to value. As of right now, though, we're just in like a clear trend. Stat pivots. As like NQ and RTY approach ADR, that's when we can start to get a feel for if we're gonna get any more expansion or not, or if it'll just stay within range and then revert, right? We're getting very close.
NQ bottom of range here. Looking back into 70 ES. Failure here, we look 63s again, ES. NQ much larger degree in terms of structure. But very similar in terms of imbalances at 392 half on NQ down through 60. And ES, failure of that 63 down through 55.
This is where we look for the offer. If it's gonna happen. If not, then it's just a pullback to our view up. Look for 72s to hold. Then a look below 70. Or or we will just come back up. Same thing for 420 on NQ.
Vanguard's global head of rates says right now the Fed and growth and inflation are more important drivers for rates than deficit spending.
Russell bottom of range is our next full area where we see if there's relief or not. Let me just look for acceptance to build here from south side. If we do get the pierce below, but then Russell just does another rotation as NQ comes back up to retest 420. We retest 70. Yes. Watch our zero tick as that's happening. Freeze on a yes here. Bottom of our range on NQ. Below 86s, then we can see another rotation. But kind of respecting this as our oscillation right now until we see this fire off sides. Do we see that much the shift that I'm talking about with a VWAP, the offer? Hopefully that's clear, where it's like, we'll either hold here, or this will become like a very clear acceptance. Same thing on this. Can we now reclaim, or is this now a shift in trend?
The State Department says Hamas has moved the goalpost in hostage talks and changed their demands.
Hmm.
So we're looking into these imbalances on ES and RTY, and Q still is not traded in. Apple still in a look here. It came out of Thursday's range back through our gap and into Friday's high. Failure to regain kind of Thursday structure. Should see some more weakness across the board. And we still watch Microsoft and Nvidia for trades back into value as well.
Brent crude futures settle at $87 a barrel. That's down 29 cents or 0.33%. Tally Economy Minister expects gradual easing in monetary policy likely to take place in the second part of this year.
You want the offer to lower below this 94 on you, then push below 84s, and then smooth. It's 94.84 is where you want buy side to try to defend. Our first like real look though will be that weakness at our 94 price. We do see it. We're attempting to move below 94s here for the first time. Into our 84. See if they can hold this on the piers. Are staying good. '84 is held bid. Now watch AR94, see if sellers are willing to stack there. I think if buyers lose 80, come back down to 52 pretty quickly. You really want buy side to be able to defend this if you're bullish. If not, then it makes sense to. So.
Structural retest here on indices. Microsoft still holding value high, as well as Nvidia. Tesla holding VWAP. Still, if we're going to see any acceptance, I'd like to see Apple accept back over What is this? 166.60. It's Thursday's value low.
We push into 410, you stops up playing off of 8. There, unless sweep 20s again. Incredibly important that buyers can strength up. We'll just do another rotation of this node. Trying to hold our kind of, I don't know, as POC of smaller range. 20 is scale. Buyers be right. Sort of. Just opened.
Apple looking back towards this Thursday POC here. Tesla bids off VWAP. Microsoft, the weakest of the bunch, hanging out towards value high. Underlines look fine here. You just need to see that acceptance back over this node. It's like ES has like this double distribution we're kind of trading between. We want to see it back up, at 67 edge and ultimately 70. Until then, just respect this range. Another little range rotation here. Nothing really shifted. Still respecting range. Nothing really changing in underlines. 10 minutes to last half hour. Sweeper here. Some balance fill ES and or RTY. ES RTY.
Core buyer either stays on side or we go to 52s on NQ.
Yeah, fill that up. Retesting this little look below.
It's 494 from the hold of 84. Over 97, same rotation again. 97, 94 holds. And same 84 buyer to be present. Fails. Again, 52. That was shorter. I wish, man. Then you're gonna have futures for every stock. Unlike set items, but not for individual stocks. The market's the market. $97 holding. Back down to our 84. Waiting on the Russell to figure out what it wants to do with this low. Anything to keep capital locked up into garbage, not and still on the platform.
3 minutes here to last half hours.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Be pretty terrifying. Sure, he's not alone. But it is classic. %90 of retail just needs a button where whatever you actually were trying to put in just reverses it. For short term, just reverse it.
"30 seconds here to last half hours."
Yeah. It is what it is. Did you just say?
Offer is getting much more aggressive to drop here on ES. Trying to stack down under 55 into this 54 half. So you have imbalance fill, as well as Friday value high test on NQ and structure down into mid 50s, low 50s. If we do get bearish, this is value high ES.
Does catnip work the same way on dogs? Or is there an equivalent?
I don't know.
There it is. 60.52 is your target. 60 yesterday value high. Friday's 52, which is and back to our node. $52's hold, or we look for that to become our offer for a push down to 6. Yeah, that's right on our PVZ 34.25. ETH high as well, 36.50. Watching the retest into that 52.60, the sell side is willing to defend or not. Way too long. You picked a weird time to get. Morning was much better for it. Midday is just not the move. Trade like. Pushing into our 500 tick here from negative 1000 to your full relief. Watching Russell retest value. NQ still holding 5260. Watching to see if we get any more tick or if that's that. The Russell value low retest. Or sorry, value high from it. Next target on NQ 32 to 26. Watching for any loss of momentum on RTY if it can't hold value. Value holds, then I don't. Might be it. Yeah, we'll see. There might be one more leg down to like that 280 area on NQ, but this is a good bottom target, right? Spec down to PVC. Just waiting on the Russell to see if it can hold value. So far, doing it. Need to see a push over 86s for confirmation. 86 in bid. Just back to our 5260 on NQ. I'm not playing the long side. I just closed into that 52 now. What is going on? It's today. Thanks. L as well. Surely. Testing the Friday's value high here at 60s. Russell's still struggling with our value high on the day at our 84.10. ES coming back up to retest value. Nothing has been confirmed at all. This is basically just top of range again. Need to see NQ be able to hold over 60s for that push back up to 75.84 area. That other edge. Your ES retest here, value 75, 53, whatever you want to call it. Russell battling for POC now. Jesus.
I love Alex Carp so much, man. He is just such a G. The Zen spin is gonna go down in history as like the best move of all time.
Boy. He just can't be bothered. Love it.
The Zenin spin, Adam? You don't know about the Zenin spin? Are you kidding me? Let's see if I can find it.
Market on close imbalance, 1.6 billion to the sell side.
75.84 still holding, just our other edge. Same as before. Back down to our 60 retest here. No change.
I love when he takes interviews like on the chairlifts between his ski runs too.
He just can't be bothered, man.
Still keeping an eye on Apple here. Failure back into today's and Friday's trading zone. Off of that edge.
5.5 minutes left on the day. We'd really like to see ES be able to accept and hold above 40. So the Apple VWAP. Failure under 40 and we should have a quick trade back down towards POC. That cleans up all your single prints on the day, but in terms of higher time frame structure, we would like to hold this 40-50 pivot. Yeah.
Did I give us the 300 280 on NQ before close? That is the question. 35s on ES.
That's great, Sig.
Also, new format. Oh,
Oh, I like that. I can stay homeless longer than the market can stay irrational.
Polsky is in class chat playing putt putt. And that is close. We held our PVZ.
Ding ding ding. Well, I guess not quite. 8 seconds. Then ding ding ding.
That's it, man. And delayed data. Over. Over.
Alright, friends, go get some food. We will do class in about 30-35 minutes. Hopefully it is a shorter one as well, like similar to last week. I think it's better if we try to keep them like an hour or under, honestly. Just for our sake, for categorizing, and for your sake, for attention span stuff. But I want to just go over some like kind of PVZ tips and tricks today about utilizing if we have range expansion or stacked value, and when we can decide if it's smart to leave runners or not, as well as using previous day zones for trading within those type of ranges to help dictate when runners are appropriate or not. I saw a lot of people last week be like, oh, I missed the move, and it's like categorizing, is this a good potential to leave a runner, or is it better to trade your setup and respect it and then look for re-entries? So just go over some examples and do some kind of like guided back testing. Should be pretty quick and dirty. So I will see you then. Goodbye, friends.
Peace. I will see you all Wednesday for the next free stream. Have a good night. We'll be live at Discord in 30 minutes for the class going over some indicator setups. Good night.